What does it mean to be alive on the planet at this time, in these bodies, creating heaven on earth?
What does it mean to face the unknown with courage? Lion heart, eyes fixed towards the heavens, hands low to the ground, soul knows no pretending, rainbow medicine, resurrect all my brethren, and this is the time, so no longer forgetting. Some say time is illusion, but the time is now, so we rise, revolution, dreams come to fruition, mind focused towards solutions, the heart of a movement, spark the sound of a roar in our souls. The more that we grow, lift each other up to the places unknown, awaiting our thrones in the zone where we claim our home, where we claim our home.
Playful, humble, fierce, devoured in this moment. Claim your power. Hey, hey. I will meet you. I will meet you. I will meet you at the lion's gate. I will meet you where the lion waits. I will meet you at the lion's gate. I will meet you. I will meet you. Yeah. Heaven on earth, heaven on earth, heaven on earth is here and now. Heaven on earth, heaven on earth, heaven on earth. Can you feel it now?
Royal in our nature, don't let the pain separate ya. Don't forget the strain is like fire that forges swords. So we cut through illusion and raise the force, raise the bar. Reach for source as our blood courses with vital essence. As we take this breath in and receive this message, the speakers blast, so peep the method. Blessings are hidden within every lesson. No more stressing as we get stretched by the essence of love's caressing. Like a Griffith, cause we're rising like lions with wings, we're gifted. Find ourselves in these times uplifted, veils thinning as we arrive in the space of unified missions. Unified mission, one mission, listen.
Playful, humble, fierce, devoured in this moment. Claim your power.
Claim your power now.
Yeah. Playful, humble, fierce, devoured in this moment. Claim your power. Yeah.
Whoa.
I will meet you at the lion's gate. I will meet you where the lion waits. I will meet you at the lion's gate. I will meet you. I will meet you. I will meet you at the lion's gate. I will meet you where the lion waits. I will meet you at the lion's gate. I will meet you. I will meet you.
Heaven is on earth.
Heaven on earth, heaven on earth,
Heaven on earth is here and now.
Heaven on earth,
Heaven on earth.
heaven on earth.
Can you feel it now? Heaven on earth, heaven on earth. Open the door to your rebirth. Heaven on earth, heaven on earth. Open the door to your rebirth. Heaven on earth, heaven on earth. Open the door to your rebirth. Heaven on earth, heaven on earth. Open the door to your rebirth. I'll meet you.
I'll meet you.
I'll meet you.
I'll meet you. Yeah.
I'll meet you.
I'll meet you.
I'll meet you. I'll meet you. I'll meet you. I'll meet you. I'll meet you.
I'll meet you at the light. where the lion waits. Lion heart, eyes fixed towards the heaven.
All right, that song was Lionsgate featuring Sarah Niaya and Momentology. And we'll actually be having an interview with Momentology, Patrick Kiebzak. Hopefully I didn't, mess that up too much. Anyway, we're going to do an interview with Momentology at 3:30 p.m. Eastern Time today. If you're listening on rebroadcast, it'll be in about 3.5 hours. So stay tuned for that. We also have a brand new episode of Through the Eyes of the Angels with Sarah Hall. She has a special guest, Felicia Armstrong, and they'll be talking about shamanism, elementals, and earth-based spirituality. And that's going to start in about half an hour, so stay tuned for that. The song that you just heard, like I said, was Lionsgate. And we have some more music coming up for you guys, and just really grateful to be here with all of you. So thanks for tuning in to Bring Me to Life Radio.
For many of us, spirituality is just the quest to find essence or true meaning and to really just connect with a higher consciousness.
Welcome to Bring Me to Life Radio.
Connecting with your spirituality is very important in this life. By becoming mindful of all of it, you can realize where you are and if that is leading you to where you want to go.
Listen to the little simple things, because it's those little simple things that are going to shift you vibrationally in such a way that will prepare you to become very intuitively minded and ready to step forward on the next part of your path.
I hope you can feel the love that's inside you, it's inside me, that connects us.
Awakening humanity to spirituality and higher consciousness.
Through the
By the water's edge, the current running swift. She sat down for a minute, trying to catch her breath. And she said, why am I so alone? Why are we all so alone? The floods came and divided us long ago. Nobody knew how to swim, stranded on islands of their own. She said, I will no longer cling to this shore of isolation anymore. She just jumped on in the current, pulled and twisted, knocked on rocks and flipped and lifted, rolling through the rapids, feel like drowning, head is pounding, lights surrounding, starting to float, drifting with the current, learning not to control. There's no way out, but there's a way in. There's no way out, but there's a way inside. Oh, oh, oh. Oh, oh, oh. Oh, oh, oh. With the shores of her homeland drifting out of sight, she had never seen the constellations burning so bright. New islands coming up over the horizon, find surprisingly not frightening. Heart and mind filled with excitement, spirits rising. All of the people rushed down to the shore, and they said, who is this child who's not afraid anymore? Oh, please come teach us, come and save us, free us from all that enslaves us. Show us how you learned to do this. Please, oh master, help us through this. Oh, she just smiled and she said, my friends, I am not a savior. I would not try to pretend that this is some kind of miracle, but I know where to begin. You just got to jump in. You just got to jump in. There's no way out, but there's a way in. There's no way out, but there's a way inside. And sometimes you'll find yourself adrift, and sometimes you'll be adrift and find yourself. 'Cause you're it.
So clean, it's a little dirty, and it doesn't wobble wobble cause it's too sturdy. And it's not very popular, it's too nerdy. I'll repeat myself again even though you heard me. Like the birds and the bees, he'll explain it with a tasty metaphor straight to the forehead. The Lord said it's all a rest and a movement. We gotta keep it moving and showing and improving with the union. What you doing with the brew in your right hand, fam? How you gonna give me 5 like half a 10? It's been a long time, but we're back again, spinning and grinning, disguised as gentlemen and then it pains. But I spill a lot of coffee, can't keep these stains off me, it's costly, I'm doomed to be dirty. I'm that nerdy, dirty, flirty with that wordy birdie. 2012 is coming fast, that's why they tend to hurry. But no worries, life is like this, so no hurry, rest in a movement. You're too early, wait for the moment, keep the heart open, everything's an omen. Man, yeah, keep the heart open, everything's an omen. Yeah, keep the heart open. Everything's an omen, more like a symbol. Stay quick and nimble with eyes like an eagle. Beach like a seagull, strength like a kegel. Each one teach, none free and all the people. Absorb a little light through the peephole. Here we go to that pine cone light show. And he knows that they speak a lot of time in codes. Even though no one knows our language, we keep the strangest movements through changes. Coffee stains and right brain rearrangements. Hungry hexagon devouring an atom bomb. Juggling 1,000 objects with an extra arm. We come from the kingdoms of reason. Everyone is Jesus and Judas. Here to learn like teachers and students. And here we are facing final thesis. Yeah, here we are. Here we are, not far, here we are. Give thanks for the grandmas and grandpas, to the Babaji, the Mataji, and all of y'all. Ancestors from the stars to the near and far. The here and now, the all of it and always never was. Welcome back to the Fraggle Land hologram. Have you seen the son of man? I'm put some dollars in his hand. Seen him standing by a trash can, laughing, blazing broccoli, drinking coffee type sloppily. A million words a minute, he's spilling on his linens and spinning like a turban or a dervish in a whirlwind. Gotta slow it down now like a tortoise. Take a deep breath through the skull like a porpoise. All the wordsmiths are working with a purpose. All the artists are painting what they worship on some other shit, waiting for the mothership. Right in time for the age of enlightenment. Yeah. Right in time for the age of enlightenment. Turn your inner light on, and then light on. Turn that inner light on, and then light on. Turn that inner light on, and then light on. Not too clean, it's a little dirty, and it doesn't wobble wobble cause it's too sturdy. It's not very practical, it's too nerdy. I'll repeat myself again, even though you heard me.
Well, the question comes up often as to whether or not we can actually measure human emotion. What scientists are now documenting is the effect of emotions upon the heart field. The human heart is now documented as the strongest generator of both electrical and magnetic fields in the body. Now, this is important because we've always been taught that the brain is where the action is. The brain has an electrical field that does have a magnetic field, but they're relatively weak compared to the heart. The heart is about 100 times stronger electrically and up to 5,000 times stronger, 5,000 times stronger magnetically than the brain. And the reason this is important is because the physical world as we know it is made of those two fields of energy, electrical and magnetic fields of energy, electromagnetic fields. Our own physics books now tell us if we can change either the magnetic field of an atom or the electrical field of the atom, by doing that we literally change that atom. We change the stuff that our bodies in this world are made of. And it appears now that the human heart is designed to do both, to change both the electrical field and the magnetic field of our bodies and our world, and they do so in response to the emotions that we create between our heart and our brain, our brain, our brain, our brain, our brain. bodies in this world are made of. What we're now beginning to understand is that when we create the feelings of what we choose to experience in our lives, everything from conscious choices of the perfect relationship or abundance in our lives, or the healing in our bodies, or the healing in the bodies of our loved ones, that those feelings are creating the patterns of magnetic and electrical field in our hearts that are literally rearranging the stuff of this quantum soup, this quantum essence, allowing the pattern of what we have claimed in our hearts to become manifest in the world around us.
Each and every one of us has an unlimited inner wellspring of spiritual power. You have the ability to transform, create, and heal anything upon which you set your heart and mind. Join me, Sarah Hall, as we learn how to uplift all aspects of your life through spiritual empowerment. Enjoy weekly guided meditations, spiritual discussions on a multitude of topics, and a chance to call in to receive channeled messages from the angels on your spiritual journey. I'm Sarah Hall, and this is Through the Eyes of the Angels. Hi everyone, and welcome to Through the Eyes of the Angels. I'm Sarah Hall, and today we're going to be discussing shamanism, elementals, and earth-based spirituality. Mother Earth is an ancient and powerful being. She is loving, incredibly wise, and a deep wealth of healing power. Nature is just so rich in spiritual energy and diversely inhabited by spiritual beings. Today we're going to be discussing a particular realm of these spiritual beings who inhabit nature, known as the elementals. The elementals include beings we've all heard of and who are recognized by different names throughout the world in almost every culture, including fairies, merpeople, gnomes, spirits, elves, divas, kami, and so forth. So many different names and cultures where they're present. These spiritual beings are very real and have had a relationship with human beings throughout our history. Communicating with these spirits and connecting with them, it's something that we've done for so long, and that relationship with human beings throughout history is very, very valuable to us. It's an age-old practice that has brought people rich wisdom, healing, and cultural traditions all over the world. One of the practices through which we can access the spiritual realms of nature is known as shamanism. Shamanism is an earth-based spiritual modality that has been practiced for thousands of years on every continent of the world and offers us an incredibly powerful and immersive means of delving into the spirit realm and connecting with spiritual guides, power animals, and yes, even the elementals. So today I am so excited to be joined by special guest Felicia Armstrong. Felicia is a lifelong intuitive, psychic channel, and fairy communicator who works as a shamanic guide, intuitive reader,
And she is the force behind Enchanted Apothecary, an all-natural skincare line that Felicia developed with the help of channeled messages from the elementals. Felicia is going to be sharing some of her wisdom with us today. So join me in welcoming her to the show. Hi, Felicia. Thank you for being
Sarah.
here.
Thank you so much for having me.
Great. It's so great to have you. So I just wanted to start by asking, you have such an amazing connection with the spirit world, and I wanted to know, what is your background in spirituality? Could you tell us a little bit more about your path and why you do what you do?
Absolutely. So I would say that I was very lucky as a child to have had a parent who was open-minded and really allowed me to explore the spiritual experiences that I began having at a very early age. And as I got older, I always felt very resonant to earth-based spirituality. And I finally kind of was able to find my path, which I call a shamanic path. And I do this because it resonates just so deeply to my soul. It's a spiritual practice that has been life-altering for me, and it's incredibly empowering since it's a path of direct revelation. It's not something that you have to look for others for answers for. This is something that you're able to foster on your own by creating these deep, loving relationships with helping spirits that really want to guide you on your path. And I love the fact, too, that anyone can do this. It really just takes dedication and developing these relationships with the helping spirits. And like you said earlier, shamanism is one of the oldest spiritual practices, which I feel is for the reason that it works. You know, this can be a way for anyone, and you'll see results from it. Even if it's just used for yourself, it really kind of creates a more peaceful and harmonious life.
Yes, absolutely. Oh my gosh, I loved what you said about us getting direct experiences.
Yes.
I think that that's so important because so much of religion that you see kind of creates
Right.
a separation between the individual and directly experiencing their spirituality. So that's just so amazing.
I feel that way too. It's so empowering to be able to figure it out for yourself and to have that.
Yes. So there are so many different varieties of shamanism, as it is something that's existed across many world cultures over thousands of years. And since you are a shamanic guide, I would love to know what your sort of Reader's Digest definition of shamanism is, and what do shamans do?
Perfect. So I experience shamanism not as a religion, but as an earth-based spiritual practice. And the reason for this is, to me, from what I have done and from working with so many clients, I see that you really do talk to so many different types of helping spirits, gods and goddesses. It's kind of like the spiritual modality that's open for everyone. You know, you can see Buddha, you can talk to Jesus, you can speak with the elementals. And I love that about it because it's so non-limiting in that way. And I say that a shaman is one who sees in the dark. So somebody that can see into different realities, into different worlds. And they use the relationship with helping spirits not only to heal themselves and to find direction for themselves, but to do this for their communities, for the earth, and all of its inhabitants. And because shamans are not limited by space and time, they can basically do anything of a spiritual nature. I remember learning that traditional Native American shaman would use this practice even to find out where buffalo were, and then they would then send their hunters to these places, and they'd always ask the helping spirits too how many they were allowed to take. And I just think that's beautiful to have so much reverence for the land and for the animals. And now we can use this to heal ourselves, to discover our career paths, even what foods to eat. I mean, it's really unlimited.
Wow, that's amazing. I loved what you said about a shaman as someone who sees in the dark. I think that's just such a powerful statement that is so cool. So I'm curious, how did you get into the practice of shamanism? And you mentioned some of the ways that it helps people too. How have you had any experiences with seeing some healing, progress in any of the people that you've worked with? How does it help people?
So I guess one of the really cool ways that I have seen it help people is from doing what's called soul retrieval. And soul loss is something that happens at so many times during somebody's life when there's trauma going on. And it's the job of a shaman to go and retrieve what are called lost soul parts and reintegrate them back into the spiritual body and then to the physical. And from doing this, I can't talk enough and speak highly enough of the results that I've seen with people. I remember having a client who told me that after she had a soul retrieval, she felt like she could see color for the first time and like actually physically see the world, because she felt so much more grounded and in tune and in her body and was able to fully experience her life. And that was just incredible for me. I mean, I have chills talking about it. And it's I'm just the channel. I'm a hollow bone, and I'm here to bring the healing through. So the way that I kind of got into it is I feel like I've always had just such a strong connection to the earth. As a child, I spent all of my days outside. I remember making what I called potions out of flowers and plants that I found in nature.
Wow.
And I would use rocks to grind them together, and I always felt it had like a magical property. And it's funny because it's exactly what I do now. I'm making skincare, just do it in
wow.
the kitchen.
That's amazing.
Yeah, I just like innately knew that nature had just incredible power. And then I was fortunate enough as I got older to be divinely led to a teacher who taught me the principles of shamanism and how to journey. And I immediately knew this was life-changing for me and that I could help others with it as well as myself. And a shaman will see any type of illness, whether it be mental, physical, emotional, as having a spiritual root or cause. And then they're able to go into these alternate realities and heal these. So it can really help people with anything. There aren't limits to it.
Yes, that's absolutely amazing. I love your sharing how you got into it. And I think that from what I've seen over my path as well, that people are drawn to shamanism when they are really supposed to have it in their lives.
Yes.
And I wanted to share a quick little story because you reminded me of it, but I had the craziest synchronicity when I was about, I think, 18 or 19 years old. I was going to school, and I lived in one of those co-op houses for college students in Ann Arbor. And I was looking at the bulletin board one day, and I saw a flyer for Kundalini Yoga, which I had heard about. I'd heard about from many different people, many different places. And I was like, oh, I totally want to try that. It said free Kundalini Yoga, 7:30 p.m. Here's the location. And so I was all excited, and I showed up for what I thought was going to be Kundalini Yoga. I got into the room, and there's a group of people sitting in a circle, and I sat down, and everybody's introducing themselves and everything. And I said, oh, I'm Sarah. I'm just interested in Kundalini, and I've never done it before. They were like, Kundalini Yoga? This is a shamanic journey group.
Oh, wow. That's incredible.
And then they said, this is crazy. They said, we've never before made a flyer for our group. We've been practicing in the same spot, time, day, location for the past 15 years, and there's never been a Kundalini Yoga class here before.
Oh my gosh.
So I don't know how the universe did it, but it gave me a flyer for something that I was interested in. I wouldn't have gone if it had said shamanism, because I might not have known about it.
That's incredible.
But I showed up and I started practicing the journeys, and you're right, the journeys are absolutely amazing. It's a lot like, I like to describe it to some people like going into a lucid dream sort of experience, right, or something like that. Some people get visuals, some people seem not to,
yes,
just depending on who you are. But it just harkens back to what you said before, that it's something that is so accessible to, yes, anybody. You can practice one of these, and it is incredibly eye-opening as to your own spiritual power to see and communicate with spirit.
Right. And you'll find your own way. Everybody will do it, like you said. Some people see, some people hear, and some people just know. And not being attached to your way is perfect, because you'll get it in the way that works for you the best.
Yes, absolutely. I think that it's amazing. So I wanted to talk about the nature aspect of it, because today we are talking about all the earth-based modes of connecting spiritually. And I know that shamanism is a practice that can really deeply connect us with the spiritual forces of nature. And I know that connecting with nature has been a big influencer for both our paths. So I wanted to ask you, what value do you think there is for us in connecting with nature spiritually in general?
Well, I feel like, we're divine beings, but we're also children of the earth. So we kind of have that duality, but it's the same thing. So especially in our culture, I feel like we've got kind of out of tune with nature and her cycles because we're so busy with, our regular lives that we tend to forget about these things. And our ancestors really did things like planting crops according to the moon cycles. They worked in harmony with the cycles of nature and the seasons. They knew when, to follow the cycles of nature to become more balanced and more peaceful beings. And I feel that's what most of us are looking for. We want harmony in our lives. We want peace. We want to feel calm. And that's what nature brings. The earth gives us everything that we need. It has, everything we eat, how we build our houses, how we make our clothing. So to have bright futures, I feel like it's just imperative that we start to live in harmony with nature, and nature's ready for it.
Yes, absolutely. I think that might even be like one of the things that that humanity might need the most at this time in our world and our evolution as a species, because you're right, our modern living does make us in a way disconnected from nature. And nature is it's this incredible wellspring of support and power, and it's a force that is never separate from the overall flow of divine harmony in the entire universe as a whole. Nature doesn't resist the flow of source, of God. It's just all flowing in that same kind of current of harmony. And I think that for us, when we spend time in nature, we naturally start to flow in that same rhythm. Our bodies are pieces of the earth, so we get into the earth, and it's like putting a droplet of water back into a stream. It flows in the same direction as the rest of the current, and we begin to start to let go of maybe our stress. We start to heal just a little bit, and yes, learn about how to live more harmoniously and happy with our environment and with one another too. So yeah, I think it's one of the most important things, and having a spiritual connection to the earth is, I think, one of the most intimate kind of windows that you can have into that power. So
exactly. Beautiful. That's exactly what I would say too. I love the water in the stream because it's, we're all connected, and that's exactly what it's like.
Yes. So for people that maybe want to connect a little bit more with the spiritual energy in nature, how would you suggest that people begin tapping into that spiritual power?
Well, it's like you said, nature is spiritual. This is what's real. It's not what we do every day, the mundane things that we do. Getting outside is our reality. So I tell people a lot of the time in readings too, just go outside. How much better do we feel after just taking a walk? And when people are stressed out, this is usually the first place they head to. It's outdoors, and that's for a reason. And I feel like as beings of the earth, we're able to ground ourselves in nature and really begin to kind of gather our strength back and feel what it's like to actually be us and not separate. And honoring the cycles of nature, it's a fact that the full moon creates an energetic surge that causes people to behave in very interesting ways.
Yes, absolutely.
So perhaps, starting to pay attention to the cycles of the moon and doing things according to this, it'll really create more flow in our lives. Instead of fighting against what naturally is, just kind of, following that rhythm. And the more time spent outside, the more things you do to honor the earth, like using natural products, eating organically, recycling, you really begin to make way in your life for the elemental spirits to more easily connect with you by doing all of these things.
Yes. Oh my gosh, that's amazing. I loved especially what you said about nature being the true reality for us. I think that that is so true. And I've been really taking nature as such a safe, calm haven lately in the all of the wake of everything that's happening politically right now with the election.
Yes, everybody go outside.
Yes, go outside, unplug, get in the quiet, and just let it all go. Because in the end, Mother Earth really is one of the most important things in determining our relationship with one another and how our species will go on and how our civilization needs to go. So I think that nature is the true reality, and it can be so incredibly healing and inspiring, I guess, to feel that and know that. Which it's so interesting too. We were talking about a moment ago about how we've got these modern lives, and in our modern lives we are a little bit disconnected, some of us, from the regular flow and the cycle of nature. And I was thinking in the context of, the election and just all the big crazy changes that are going on in this world right now, so many spiritual people have been talking about there's a return of divine feminine. You just got me thinking about this, because getting connected with the earth, and you're talking about flow and cycles, it does connect us with the more feminine energy side of life and of spirituality. And honestly, I think that our election, our political situation is, and all the changes going on are filled with a lot of seeming turbulence. I really believe that we're crossing a bridge right now, and that it's representative of us moving into maybe a little bit more of a feminine, empowered, or balanced reality once we're done, hopefully purging out some of the fear. So
I fully see that too. That's such a great point. And I mean, we're obviously moving in that direction. So it's something that I think if we can kind of all get back and really just in touch with ourselves, and not be deluded by, the things that we're seeing or hearing, and really just find ourselves again, and become, like you said, in touch with the divine feminine, that's going to just lead to just overall healing for everybody.
Yes, I think that's such an important message for people to remember and to hear right now. So I'm glad we're all together thinking about that. Yes. So I wanted to go back to the elementals for a little bit, because I think that, there are past ages in our human civilization in which people were a little bit more aware of them, or looked to more commonly commune with them and things like that. And I want to know, since you are an elemental communicator, how did you first begin connecting with the elementals?
So I would definitely say this is one that I started doing as a child, and I think everybody does. I think we all come in just being able to connect with all these beautiful spiritual energies, and unfortunately, and I know I've heard you say this too, along the way that kind of starts to go away just from programming we have from adults around us and getting into mainstream society.
Yes.
So when I was a kid, I spent, again, all my time outside. I was constantly being looked for by my parents. Where'd you go? And I was always outside. And I remember seeing just sparkly white images constantly out of the corner of my eye and trying to chase after them. And of course, never finding anything. But I knew I was seeing something that was sacred. And I never really questioned the fact that fairies existed or that elementals were real. It was just kind of an innate knowing and understanding that I had. And when I began to get older, I remember walking around a beach one evening and just kind of connecting with nature and looking into the trees and seeing these beings. And I was so just amazed and in awe. And they looked just to me like little old men with long hair, longer noses. And I knew they weren't people. And I heard my guides say that they were elementals. And I was told that they were called the guardians. And I asked what that meant. And they said that they were guardians of the trees, and they were there to protect the earth. So I just kind of started to open up, as I got older and see all of these different types of elementals that there are. And then when I began to learn to shamanically journey, that's when I was really able to develop a very deep connection with this realm.
Wow, that's amazing. I love that story about being able to see them in the trees. That's just incredible.
It was so, I remember I was with, who's now my husband at the time, and I was like, do you see this? And he can see it also, and we were both seeing the same thing, and it was just something we hadn't experienced before. and just felt so lucky. And it's just such an honoring thing to know that, you have access to that, which we all do, and they're there to help.
That's so amazing. And I know a lot of people do experience seeing the sparkles out of the corner of our eyes and things like that. I've experienced that my whole life, and I've talked to so many clients who will ask me, what does that mean? Or what does this color mean? I'm seeing purple or white sparkles out of the corner of my eye. And it's you've got the ability to see these, these spiritual beings when you see these things. And I think you had such a great reaction to it and saying, you know what, I saw it. I decided to open myself up to it even more and accept it. And that's probably good advice for how all of us can start to open up a little bit more and begin seeing, is holding the intention to, being willing, and just allowing it to happen.
Yeah, I really think it's all about, not believing just the things that you hear. It's really about experiencing it. And if you experience it, not doubting that experience, knowing that you saw something and letting yourself sit with it and feel what it is, rather than, trying to find it out from someone else, and just empowering yourself and figuring it out.
Yes. Yeah, I think that would be such an amazing step for so many that I've talked to and work with, who are so interested in getting connected with the elementals. And since we've been talking a lot about, modern life versus, connecting with nature and things like that, do you think that there is a spiritual purpose in human beings now working with elementals? And I guess if so, what would that be? How can they help us and teach us now?
So I definitely do. And from what I hear from the elementals, they're really rooting for us. They want us to live well. That's what I hear all the time. They want us to grow and expand. And they say that they can teach us so much about how to live in harmony with nature rather than against her. And that's what we've really been talking about the whole time. It's everything for humans. It's our health. It's our happiness. They want to teach us about balance and how to live full, healthy lives. They really want us to evolve, and they know that we need harmony with the earth to continue in a positive way. They also told me that we really need to start paying attention. And I'm getting this guidance, of course, specifically too, because I do make skincare and I am into the more natural things that you put on your body. But they said that we have to watch what we're putting in and on our bodies. And that's something that's becoming increasingly important, because we want to make sure in the long run that as humans, they said that our DNA remains intact and it doesn't change or go into something that it shouldn't be, and that we can continue on a higher consciousness and spiritual evolution. So really paying attention to that, and that's what they want to help with. And I think so many people are waking up right now. That's why we have so many beautiful natural skincare lines, and we have so many people that are going back into farming, and there are a lot of people getting in touch with the earth. So the elementals are happy about that, and they're really here to work with us with that.
Yes. Oh my gosh. It's so amazing. You have such a beautiful, hopeful, happy message from them. And I love that.
Oh, thank you.
Yes. And there's evidence of it too, really. I mean, you see the way that there has been such a huge surge in people demanding more natural products out in the world, more organic eating.
Mm-hmm. That's incredible.
It's amazing. And I started experimenting with vegetarianism and veganism about 10 years ago. And just in the last even 5 years, there's been an explosion of all the different kinds of natural eating, natural cleaning products for your house, natural skin and hygiene care products and things like that. And I think that is such a sign of hope for all of us, because
it is.
Yeah, you're absolutely right that it's something that can positively affect our evolution, and it's to protect our DNA. I got chills when you said that, because I've gotten the exact same message.
Oh, perfect.
Yes. I remember it was maybe about a year ago, and I was meditating and trying to connect with Mother Earth, and I received a message just straight from Mother Earth, and she was telling us that it's so important that we get GMOs, for example, out of our
Chill.
systems,
Yes.
and to just embrace more natural way of living on every single front, because it's for our health. It's so that we
It is.
will continue to thrive. So
It's incredible. And I think it's one of the things, too, that you don't really realize what an impact it has on you until you make the shift. I remember before, years ago when I would wear like artificial perfumes and I ate whatever, I didn't know that I felt so bad until I really started to stop. And I would go near somebody that wore an artificial perfume and it would cause such a terrible reaction in my body. And it took a lot of just that to really see what was going on. So I always say to people, I just suggest just giving it a break, stopping with the artificial chemicals that you use, start eating better, and just watch what happens. That's all you need to do, is just see how you feel after, and you will make a change.
yes. Oh my gosh, that's such a great testimony for how that change can affect us. And I've also experienced it myself. I've found that as soon as I got all the chemicals and parabens and phthalates and sulfates and things like that out of my products, I started feeling so different, so much better, and eating more pure, I started to feel so much better. And it's interesting because I've noticed that I really believe all of us need this, but those who seem to be on a spiritual path, or who consider themselves to be spiritually sensitive, feel like it's more important than ever to start.
That's a great point. That is so true. I always say, if I could be sensitive to anything, like I will be the person that is.
Me too.
Yes, of course. And it's, because again, we are more sensitive by nature, but it is something that can be cultivated and learned for anybody. Just once you start becoming in touch, it's kind of a side effect, and it's a good thing, because it's like your spiritual barometer, telling you what's good for you and what isn't.
Yes, absolutely. And it's a sign too. I think that there's more of us kind of moving over into that, because there's a shift going on right now. I think that there's more and more people that are kind of awakening to a spiritual path and to a sense of purpose with the collective shift that's going on, and it's naturally attuning us to know or feel or understand what is in harmony with the earth and with one another, and the things that aren't. And we find that we're less tolerant to the things that aren't. So
exactly.
Yeah. Now I have to say, for everybody listening, I have to tell you, Felicia's skincare line, Enchanted Apothecary, is amazing.
Thank you.
Yes, it is. Everything she makes smells absolutely heavenly, and it feels so great on your skin. And the thing I like best about it is that it is all natural. So if you are physically or spiritually sensitive like I am, I know that, like me, you're probably out there looking for the natural products for your body. So, Felicia, I'd love for you to tell us a little bit more about your skincare line, and what was the inspiration behind Enchanted Apothecary?
Well, the inspiration was definitely the forest and the realm of the fae. I first journeyed years ago, and the first place that I was brought to was the realm of the fae. And it was so incredible for me. I was immediately shown which ingredients to kind of start to use and what were to be in the Enchanted Apothecary products. And then they began to gift me with recipes, and I started to make these things, and, of course they worked, and it was just incredible. They told me, I remember one of the first times was to use jasmine flowers. And I saw fairies kind of flying around these flowers, and they started to show me that the jasmine flowers bloom at night, so they contain the moon's restorative essence. Wow. And so I created a facial moisturizer called Moon Essence. And then I was shown, as the second part of it, to put earth crystals into each product, and that would charge them with the specific energies that each crystal has. So Moon Essence was given a moonstone. Wow. To nourish the skin, and then also increasing its hydration while increasing your intuitive abilities too. So each ingredient was shown to me in a specific way, not just for the incredible therapeutic properties, but for its vibration and also its spiritual energy.
Wow, I think it's so magical and amazing that you've incorporated spiritual work into this, and I think that is an incredibly kind of cutting edge thing. I think that, as we were talking about before, there's such a growing market or need or desire out there for people to connect more with things that are natural, but also things that can enhance our lives as a whole, to connect us with our spirituality and things like that. So having something that has an intention in it like that, I think that's amazing, and it's very, very empowering.
Thank you so much. I feel like we're all meant to show up in a spiritual way, and of course it's all different. And for me, my way is to be a shamanic practitioner, an intuitive guide. And also the other way I was meant to show up was to bring this forward. And it's incredibly honored. It's just such an incredible experience for me. I can't talk enough about it. And I know that we all have, our specific spiritual purposes. So I just encourage everybody, try to find that for yourself. It's life altering, and you can do so much for yourself and the collective with your gifts.
Yes, and I think that with the shift that's going on right now, following our passion to find our true calling and to find our gifts is what the world needs the most.
Yes.
The world doesn't need another person that feels unsatisfied having some kind of a job they don't really identify with. It needs those of us who are on our purpose and just going for it. And I've just seen so many times that when we take a leap of faith and we do that, the universe catches us, and law of attraction helps to eventually help, create the support that you need so that you can do your passion, you can do your life purpose, and make a living as well. So
yeah, that's an incredible point. If you're meant to do something and you're spiritually called to do it, the universe will support you in it. I mean, there's no doubts. Things will open up for you. Your path will be wide open. You just have to continue to follow the guidance you're getting and follow that path, and it'll be there.
Yes, and that's something that can be so personally empowering for anybody, whether you're in the middle of already following your path, or maybe you're just starting out with trying to find it, that you have a voice and a say in how the world is working by the things that you do to yourself and in your own life. So I know that there's been a lot of turbulence lately, again, with the socio-political climate out there and things like that. So having people just, focus on, you're not disempowered. You have a lot of say and a lot of power with following your path and making a difference in your everyday life as you go.
Yeah, that's an incredible point.
Yeah. So I want to get this in there. We all want to know where we can buy your products.
Oh, right. So we have our products in a Whole Foods store in Rochester, Michigan. And we also have a website that's being worked on right now. We have a new one coming soon. I'm super excited about it. So we're kind of having all of our traffic go through Etsy. And there we're under Enchanted Skincare. And then we have this very cool little metaphysical store in California called Cult of Gemini that carries our products as well.
That is awesome. Awesome. Yay. Well, you heard it, guys. Get to the website. They're working on it, but you got to save the website, bookmark it right now. It's enchantedskincare.com, and go look up Enchanted Skincare on Etsy as well. That's a great place to find things. And also, I'll be sharing the links and the information for all of that once more on Facebook and Twitter again, so you'll all know where to find it. And also, Felicia, I wanted to see if you could give us some info on where people might be able to contact you for a reading or a shamanic healing.
Sure. So I have right now a page on Facebook, and it's called Felicia Armstrong, Intuitive Practitioner, and working on a website for myself as well. But you are more than welcome to contact me through the Facebook page, and I take appointments through there. And I also work out of a healing center in West Bloomfield. It's absolutely incredible, with a group of highly gifted readers and intuitives. And my mentor is the one who created it, and it's called Sacred Balance, and I book appointments through there as well.
Wonderful. And everybody, I will also be sharing the link to Felicia's Facebook page so that you can all like it and you can message her there to get yourself a reading or a healing. And she does now offer these readings and healings via Skype as well. So even if you're not local to the Michigan or Detroit area, you can still get a session with Felicia, and she is wonderful. So I highly suggest it.
Thank you, Sarah.
Yes. So now I would like to open up the phone lines to receive some calls from our audience. So guys, you can call in at 240-979-4111. That's 240-979-4111. You can call in with any questions or thoughts that you have on our discussion today, or you can request, very exciting, a fairy reading with Felicia and I. So while we are just opening up the phone lines and waiting for a caller to come through, we will begin by doing a general fairy reading just for everybody who is listening. And I was wondering, maybe Felicia, if you could just start and give us anything that you've got. This will be fun.
Sure. So I love that you've kind of been talking about what everyone's going through politically and how charged people have been. I mean, you see it kind of all over social media. And it's disheartening for me because it's one of those things where, you know, people get really stuck in what they feel, and I understand it, but I feel like from what I keep getting from the earth and from the elemental realm is they really want us to kind of get back in tune with ourselves and our inner truth rather than what we're seeing through media and what we're hearing from other people. And if we could do that and, you know, come at it from a place of love, it will kind of shift completely what's going on and help to just bring awareness and a much better climate for all concerned to what we're going through at the moment.
Yes, absolutely. I think that that's such an incredible message, and it's so very, very important for us. We need to lighten our vibration at this time.
Yes.
I really believe, because it's there. We are a collective, and so we are sensitive to what's going on at a collective, at the collective level out there in the world. If there's a lot of fear that's being shared, you know, a lot of us can feel it. It feels like a little heavy cloud. And I've heard things like that there's more bullying and there's violence that's up, and you never know how much you can exactly verify these statistics, but I wouldn't be surprised, simply because, again, the stress levels have been up lately with everything that's going on. So with that, I decided to actually pull a couple of cards from a fairy oracle card deck just to add on to the beautiful messages. Yes. I'm working with the Healing with the Fairies oracle card decks by Doreen Virtue. And the first card I pulled for us today is the Beauty card. And the message I get from the Beauty card is that beauty is the recognition of the presence of God, of spirit. So when we see, for example, a beautiful sunrise or sunset, or we look at the stars, probably anywhere in the world, no matter what culture or language you speak, no matter what time period you lived in, you recognize that as beauty, and you go into a state of awe. And it's like you're touching God. There's a part of you that's reminded of your source, of where we come from when we connect with beauty. So to raise our vibration during this time, which again is so very important, let's bring more beauty into our world. Find a way that you feel called to connect with beauty. The next card that I pulled, and I love these cards because they just give such sweet and simple guidance. The next card is the Kindness card. And the Kindness card tells us that every time, you know, there's fear that is shared out there, and worry, you know, that is floating around in the human, collective, you have the power to counteract it by sending love, by sending kindness out into the world. And I'm hearing the fairies tell us we can just envision it, imagine it, focus on it, or we can act. We can go out and be kind and loving to another person. We can just connect in a way that brings more of that love into the world, and that will be so incredibly helpful. The final card that I pulled over here, I'm just going to turn it over and see what we have, is the body movement card. And I think that this is actually such an amazing message. You've got to love law of attraction when it comes to picking these things.
Yes.
Because body movement is such a way of releasing stress. It's such an amazing way of releasing negativity and clearing yourself so that you feel good. And I find too that body movement, especially when done out in nature, taking a walk, going dance outside under the moon, do whatever you want, it's going to connect you with planet Earth, and it's going to clear you and get you into what we were talking about before, that sense of the true reality that is out there. So, good. It looks like we have a caller. So caller, thank you so much. You are on the air. If you could go ahead and just tell us your name and where you're calling from today.
Hi, it's Nick Bryce, calling from Kalamazoo currently right now.
Hi, Nick. Thank you so much for calling today. Do you have any questions or thoughts for either of us?
Well, I was just sent a message by CeeLo, and he said call if I wanted to get a reading from you, Sarah. It's good to hear from you.
Yes, it's great to
I don't know
hear
if
from
you,
you too.
Yeah, it's Nick Bryce, but
All right. Well,
cool.
I will.
You guys are giving readings?
Yes, we are doing fairy readings. So I will go ahead and pull just a couple cards for you, and then Felicia can chime in as well and see what other messages you might have. So the first card that I pulled for you is the Problem Resolved card. And once again, we're still working with those Healing with the Fairies cards. So this tells us that if there's been any turbulence going on in your life or anything where you've had a lot of stuff to figure out and work with, the problem is resolved, or your ship is about to come in, is the feeling that I'm getting. The second card for you is the Higher Consciousness card, saying that the route to getting to your problem resolved, to your solution at the end of this, comes through inspired ideas, divinely inspired ideas that you are getting. And another message that I'm hearing out of that too is by connecting with like-minded people who seem to be on a similar path. And I'm hearing the fairies give us a little message saying you can tell whose energy you align with the most and whose maybe you don't, by the way that you feel around them, because it feels as if, Nick, you've got a really strong intuitive energy within you as well. So that's really wonderful. And then I'm just going to pull our final card here. And this is so interesting. They were just talking about relationships with other people, and I pulled the Romantic Partner card. So it looks as if this is something that seems to come of, I guess, sharpening your maybe boundaries or your focus as far as who you connect with and what you do and the energies you engage with, because it brings a romantic partnership closer to your life. So, Felicia, do you have anything to add to that?
I do. Hi, Nick. So when I first tuned into you, they immediately showed me you kind of standing in front of, it looked like an audience, almost like you're giving a presentation. And I heard, share your gifts. I heard, no self-doubt. It's time to do what you feel and really step into your own power. And it's a time of just empowerment for you on like a personal level, that you know what to do. You have the expertise, you have the skill, and to just really work on getting rid of self-doubt. And they're saying very much you're very capable and you're able to do this. I'm also seeing very much that everything is there for you. Like the universe has placed everything in front of you, and it's kind of just waiting for you to stand up and grab it. You just have to work a little bit on the self-doubt and kind of coming into yourself, and things will really start moving fast and flowing for you.
Wow, that's such a cool life purpose themed message. Any thoughts or questions on that, Nick? I don't know if he can still hear us. We might have had a little bit of a technical difficulty with that, but that's okay. So
he's speechless. No.
Yes. He got his message. And I think that was so beautiful because it linked us right back to our theme when we were talking earlier about people getting on their paths. And it looks as if we have another caller just waiting to get on. So caller, you are now on the air. Thank you so much for calling in. If you could just introduce yourself with your name and where you're calling from for today.
Hello?
Hi, you are on the air. Thank you for calling in. What is your name?
My name is Rocco. I wasn't sure I was on the air because no one said anything.
Yeah, we're testing out actually a new way of receiving our callers. So there might be a few little tech bugs, but thank you so much, Rocco, for calling in. Do you have any questions for Felicia or I for today?
Well, I would like to get one of those fairy readings and see what develops there. All
right. Well, I guess I will go ahead and start this one as well. I am just going to pull, I'm feeling guided towards 3 cards for today. And this one I'm going to pick from a different fairy deck that I have. I'm also working with the Magical Messages from the Fairies deck by Doreen Virtue. And the first card that I pulled for you today is the Your Desire is Within Reach card. Your desire is within reach. And I'm feeling a sense that you're being called to connect. Again, I'm getting a similar message as before for our other calls.
I was too.
I love the way there's these themes that you're being called towards like-minded people, and that even if you feel like, okay, I've dealt with some struggles, or there's been some blockades up on my path trying to make some progress in the things that I've been doing. I'm really hearing that you're about to break through. They're saying that it's always darkest before the dawn can be true sometimes, and that in your case there is a miracle that's just about to come through, some kind of a breakthrough. Which is actually really cool because I literally just turned over the next card, and it is the Your Wish is Granted card. I think it's just so amazing how these cards are telling us such a clear story. So it looks as if you are about to manifest something that you desire. And it's interesting because specifically I'm feeling a little windfall in the area of abundance, of material support, opportunities, could be finances and things like that. The final card I pulled for you is the Emotional Healing card, saying that once you kind of get through any of these, as we said before, blockades or barriers that you've been dealing with, and you start to see the manifestation of your desires and your goals coming true, because again, it feels like it's right around the corner, there is emotional healing involved. It feels as if you're able to breathe a sigh of relief, and there's this sense of just being so beautifully supported in the world again. And the last little message that I'm hearing the fairies give on that too is they're saying, why wait for the emotional healing to happen after you get the results? Love yourself and be relaxed and have faith and be joyful and celebrate. I love when the fairies tell us to play and celebrate, because that will attract your desire to you very, very quickly as well. Any other guidance from Felicia?
Sure. Hello. So I am getting very strongly, I keep hearing the word teacher, and I'm being told that you have a message that you are a teacher and you have things that you need to say, or some way that you need to show up in the world where you are kind of mentoring others or helping others move forward, even in like a management position, but that's part of what your path is. And I heard also to keep your head up, that you're very skilled. And again, it's kind of like that self-doubt theme. Just don't doubt your capabilities. I just keep seeing that you can run things. You can take a handle on them, and you can do this. And I also got something with, I keep seeing the ability for you to have like a big change in your life. And I kept hearing, if you're feeling like you're ready to make this change, do it. You never have to stay in anything that doesn't serve you. You can shift, and you can really step into what your real desires are. And I feel like you have an idea of what they are, and now is the time to open up to that.
Wow, that's awesome. Any other questions or thoughts on that, Rocco?
No, just you, Sarah, and Felicia are on point about everything.
Yay!
You guys know more than I do. Well, I mean, everything is really accurate in what's going on, and continues to go on. And if it wasn't for the fairies, I wouldn't have gotten in contact with Sarah Hall, because one night I was like, I wonder if there's any meditations with fairies, and I went on YouTube, and that's where I met Sarah. I was like, oh,
that's incredible!
And so I started doing your meditations.
That's awesome. I'm so glad
and then if you go down the line, it's Doreen Virtue that's actually the one responsible, because she's the one that I saw a book. I was like, wow, there are fairies. And I read the fairy book, the 101, and was talking to them when I lose my keys or whatever. Where's my keys? Guys, come on. I'm recycling. You should help me out.
That's wonderful.
That's amazing. I'm so glad you're on a path getting connected to them. And I just so believe that people are brought together in the right places at the right time and under the circumstances necessary for us to receive the support and the guidance that we need. So I'm just thankful that you're here, that you were guided to this, and that we all got to connect.
Yeah, it's great talking to you both, especially Sarah, because she's the one that I'm just so in love with all these meditations and put them on my iPod, and it's like, wow, and like spreading the word to other people, and some people didn't react, and some people are like, oh wow, this lady's awesome. Like, I'm meditating her all day.
That's wonderful.
Oh,
all right,
that's
well,
wonderful. Thank you so much. That's so sweet. Oh, he's so nice. That made my heart just sing.
Good.
Yay. It looks like, we had a caller, but it looks as if we might have, the call might have dropped. So that's okay. Because it looks as if we're going into just the last 2 or 3 minutes or so. So in that last amount of time, actually, I thought it would be fun to just maybe end with one last fairy card for everybody. And I'm going to go ahead and see what we get for today. Oh my gosh, this is so funny. This is from the Magical Messages from the Fairies deck as well, the other deck I was working with. And it's the Flower Power card.
That's great.
And I think that it's so great because we've been talking about natural skincare products today and botanicals. And this card, literally, it says right in it to spend more time with flower essences because these things are incredibly healing.
They are.
And the deep message that I'm getting out of this today, I'm just getting this incredible sense of energy, almost like I'm being lifted up by this fountain of energy right beneath me by the fairies. And they're saying this stuff really does work. Connect in with the medicines of the earth because these things affect you on all levels of your being, mind, body, and spirit.
Yes.
And I'm hearing them underline spirit because you connect with these things and your spirit opens, it sensitizes, and you can receive so much. So yeah. Any other thoughts or closing fairy messages from you, Felicia?
I just love that you said that. I mean, flowers and plants, they not only affect us on a physiological level, but they really have energy in them, and everything has energy. So if you look at it in that way and understand that when you're using plants or flowers, herbs, whatever it is, that you're also, imbuing yourself with the different energies that you have, or that the plants have. I mean, it really creates like such a full experience. And I'm so thankful for the plants for offering themselves to us in that way and allowing us to use them to help ourselves and to nourish ourselves.
Yes. Wow. That's amazing. It's all about lifting up our vibration right now too, remember, and connecting with these beautiful plants and the spirits connected to them. It does.
Yes.
It uplifts our vibration, and that's just what we need.
Exactly. And there are spirits connected to all of the plants, and, they have messages to share, just like they're the elementals and they want to speak and to help us. They're all here for us, for our moving forward and our growth and expansion.
Yes. So get outside and start communicating with the plant spirits, and get your enchanted apothecary, because that will help too. And also it just smells so good. It feels like a spa in my bathroom when I use it. It's so great. So thank you so much, Felicia. We are now coming to the end of our show for today, and I wanted to thank all of you from the bottom of my heart for tuning in. You can join us again next month on Thursday, November 17th at 12:30 p.m. Eastern Time. Our show topic will be how to care for your spiritual sensitivity, a discussion on how lifestyle and dietary changes can aid those of us who are sensitive to psychic spiritual energies. We talked a little bit about that today too, so it's a perfect little intro. And I want to thank our wonderful guest Felicia Armstrong for sharing her wisdom and guidance with us today. Thank you so much, Felicia.
Oh, thank you so much for having me. I'm so honored to be a part of your incredible show. Thank you so much.
Yay, we'll have to have you back real soon. This was great.
I love it.
So once again, you can order Felicia's incredible Enchanted Apothecary skincare products by visiting her Etsy shop at Enchanted Skincare. Do save enchantedskincare.com as well, because that website will be up soon. And once again, I'll also be sharing that link on Facebook and Twitter for all of you. And you can contact Felicia for a reading that you can have either in person if you're in Michigan, or via Skype by liking her Facebook page, Felicia Armstrong Intuitive Practitioner. I will be sharing her page with all of you on my Facebook and Twitter as well, so you'll know where to find it. You can find me on Facebook by visiting facebook.com/SarahHall1111. That's SarahHall1111. My Twitter page, where I can be found at Seraphim444. That's SERRAPHIM444. Or on my YouTube channel, where you will find free guided meditations and bi-monthly angel readings coinciding with the new and full moon. You can contact me via my website at www.seraphim.com. That's SERRAPHIM.com if you'd like a reading or healing session with me. If you would like to listen to this show on rebroadcast, it will be airing each Thursday at 12:30 p.m. on Project Bring Me to Life Radio until our next live show on November 17th. So tune in at projectbringmetolife.com/radio. You can also download the podcast of this show on iTunes by searching Through the Eyes of the Angels. And it's also featured on the app for Android users, Stitcher. That's STITCHER, Stitcher. And lastly, you can always find this show on Spreaker.com. That's SPREAKER.com, where you can search Project Bring Me to Life Radio or Through the Eyes of the Angels. And of course, I'll be sharing all of those links with you on Facebook and Twitter as well, so you'll have all the information. And for more fantastic spiritual talk radio, music, art, podcasts, events, and so much more, visit www.projectbringmetolife.com. Thank you so much again for tuning in today. It was absolutely wonderful to connect with all of you, and know as always, until we meet again, that you are so loved and so very blessed. Bye!
All right, hope you guys enjoyed Through the Eyes of the Angels with Sarah Hall. Coming up now is the Papadozio Music Hour.
Show me
missing out. Around your city, make me a stranger to myself. I'd like to know a little more. I'm struggling, how do you do it?
Here we go, here once more, standing on the edge of the world, looking down, and we know ain't nothing gonna break our fall. Close your eyes, say goodbye to the place that made you forget. Lifting up to the sky, let's leave all our problems behind. Let's be ghosts tonight, it will be alright. This is just one night in our entire lives. Oh, we shine so bright, baby, you and I, under velvet sky. Let's dance until we die. Here we are, at the start, and for once outside of our heads, looking in, and we know ain't nothing gonna break our hearts. Close your eyes, say goodbye to the place that's full of regret. Yeah. Lifting up to the sky, let's leave all our problems behind. Let's be ghosts tonight, it will be alright. This is just one night in our entire lives. Oh, we shine so bright, baby, you and I, under velvet sky. Let's dance until we die. Let's be ghosts tonight, it will be alright. In the dark of night, by the candlelight, oh, the stars are bright, like the whitest white in the velvet sky. Let's dance until we die.
When you are perfectly free to feel stuck or not stuck, then you're unstuck. Because actually, nothing can stick on the real mind.
Let's be ghosts tonight, it will be alright. This is just one night in our entire lives. Oh, we shine so bright, baby, you and I, under velvet sky. Let's dance until we die. Let's be ghosts tonight, it will be alright. In the dark of night, by the candlelight, oh, the stars are bright, like the whitest white in the velvet sky. Let's dance until we die.
This is Lainey Sullivan of Lobo Merino, and you're listening to Bring Me to Life Radio.
Give thanks to Zadig for the beat. Once as a young man, I told my best friend that I had a plan to be a gypsy like my old man. He started laughing, told me that my passion was a waste of time and a little bit old-fashioned. That is the day I gave up his opinion. 3 years later, he was dead from the poison. All of my boys in Richmond still drinking. Since then, I've been to 40 states and still traveling. Unraveling the magic of the unknown. Everywhere I go, I make a new home. Write a few poems, rock on the microphone. Then I'm gone, rambling on, burning down Babylon with my magic wand. I'm fond of the poems, but I'd rather be a knight, spreading the light, living my life with all of my might, doing what's right in front of my eyes. I travel by sky, fly down a ride, better than getting by, flying high. God, please bless me with smooth sailing. I wanna go to somewhere I've never been before. Keep us healthy, safe and wealthy. All that we need we get with a whole lot more. I am grateful for all the people that bless us with encouragement and lots of love. Thank you, Spirit, for the lyrics. All who hear it get a bit more inspired. And though I walk on concrete mostly, I feel the sacred soil beneath me. God knows what we need and gives it to us freely. I release all my fears of the unknown, knowing that I am guided by the unspoken poems of changing winds, following the bliss and staying tapped into the magic. A great many thanks to the elders for paving the way, keeping the towns friendly wherever we stay. To all the professional homeless poets, musicians, artists, roadmen, vagabond, gypsy, hobo, wandering dreamers and explorers of adventure. May your stomachs always stay full and calm. May you always be in love and warmed by the sun. Blessed journeys to all for 1,000,000 miles more. No moss if the rock keeps rolling. Don't worry about material, keep it spiritual. 1,000,000-mile miracle around the continental land of the eagles and seagulls. The people of people, plus and minus are equal. Gas in the vehicle, headed for the festival outside Sebastopol, selling the stencils for rice and lentils and writing utensils to empty the mental and find the pinnacle. Tentacle, record cubicle, life is a musical, it's all unusual. Every place is magical and suitable for the traveling fool. Sneak in the pool, free lunch at the school. Get some vegetables from dumpsters at the Whole Foods. Keep it cool, they're not looking for you. The Jedi voodoo. Use your tools, don't give them to you. I'm traveling, dude. Safe journeys.
That first night we met, I won't forget. You the bright sunlight, I walking through a dark crowd. The party slowed down, talk stars moon. Float me on an angel cloud, sublime is the tune. Malibu to the beach, life's about fun, but we're just too young to really understand love. I told you that I fell, but then I stood me up again. You said I know who you are, and you healed up my wound. Came and removed pain. I'll always do the same, and if you fall, but really you just seem to stand tall. We always pressed on, life improvement marathon. The time keeps running, but our love is timeless. We always pressed on, life improvement marathon. Time keeps running, but our love is timeless. Life is beautiful, everything around me is plentiful because of you. Everything I do just now has followed through. Here for you, every single day of every year. You're beautiful, love we share will never disappear. Life is beautiful, everything around me is plentiful because of you. Everything I do just now has followed through. I'm here for you, every single day of every year. You're beautiful, love we share will never disappear. And with Kendo developed love none can take away. From the very first day, Nemo had a special place. I see it on his face, it makes me so proud to realize this very special love that we have found. It's the smiles and the meals and the gifts and the dances and the trips. Nothing goes my way, I wanna hide away till I get home. The support you give, my perspective change because we stand so strong. And as life moves along, we make a model for our kids to work for, believe in for their life. It's our home, you're my wife, and I appreciate you every single day. Life is beautiful, everything around me is plentiful because of you. Everything I do just now has followed through. Here for you, every single day of every year. You're beautiful, love we share will never disappear. Life is beautiful, everything around me is plentiful because of you. Everything I do just now has followed through. I'm here for you every single day of every year. You're beautiful, love we share will never disappear. Lift up gold ticket floating in the sky, and I can go and grab it if I give another try. And everything's okay when we live in these dreams. Not worry of the road, it's not as scary as it seems. And peaceful soldiers, leaders of the team, capture the flag. Life is beautiful, it seems. My life is beautiful, everything around me is plentiful because of you. Everything I do just now has followed through. I'm here for you every single day, every single year. You're beautiful, the love we share will never disappear. That's expanding the psychedelic vibration in unity. I'm activating the resonance. I am galactic, radiant, and defined. I'm electric, I am lunar, I am magnetic, I am planetary, balanced, organized, and connected. I am inspired, I am in harmony, I am integrity, I am the perfect manifestation. I am dissolving and releasing, liberated and dedicated, universalized while enduring this transcending mantra. I am an earthling communicating in spirit. I am breathing the cosmic essence and power. I am action and dreaming. I am abundance and intuition. I am G-O-D. I am DMT. I am extreme, internal and external. I am a flower of life and spiraling art, accomplishing healing with elegance. Pure love that's coinciding. I am magic and the magician in the illusion. I am exploring space and time, waking life, vivid and enchanting the timelessness of incomplete, infinite design.
I am alien, I am human, I am receptive, I am vision and energy, I am mindful, questioning and answering, I am fearless and intelligent evolution. I am opening my third eye to the unseen vision, translating synchronicity, reflecting endlessness, order and chaos. I am the Tao, crystallized in self-generation, affirming that I am enlightened, I am a tone, I am a color, I am electronic, lunar, and solar, opposite, and polar. I am liberated, I am perfect and pulsing, I am realizing that I am the one, because the one are all. I am form in the infinite nothing that becomes the everything. I am the divine spirit that harmonizes with the laws, projecting the digital room, the tool of experiencing desire and finding ecstasy in process. I am me. We are you.
Everything is spiritual. Everything has a spirit. Everything was brought to you by the Creator. The one Creator. Some people call him God. Some people call him Buddha. Some people call him Allah. Some people call him other names. We call him Tonkashila, grandfather. You should treat all things as spirit. family.
What I knew no longer matters. Who I was is a dream in time. I am that I am. Don't go back to sleep. Never assume the work is done until there is no undoing. I hold a golden thread to this one, to dance in form, to utilize this will reborn. Warrior is steadfast, the lover unbound. High priest making offerings at sundown. The king rests upon his throne. Yo, arrows pointed at their mark. Become the target as it flies. Arrive as it arises. Some will see their light reflected in your eyes. Some their unclaimed darkness fall to the wayside. Some may walk to the end, but you got to keep on keeping on. Keep on keeping on. Don't let your head hang low. Beloved one, keep your heart focused on your goals. Don't let them sway you from what you know inside your soul. Keep your heart strong, beloved one. Keep on keeping on. Keep on keeping on. But fly, angel, fly towards your mark. Root, holy child, root. Nestled in the arms of the goddess. I lay down worries and let the universe define my progress. All these holy wars over who is more unconscious or conscious. Fly, angel, fly towards your mark. Root, holy child, root inside your spark. Flow with the rivers, grow with the changes. Adapt to a depth in the midst of the sages. With a glimpse of the turn of the pages, dawn of the ages. Embracing your majesty with accuracy, immaculate, matchless gifts. Practice makes perfect, reenact the script. Pre-written, destiny delivered. Some may fall to the wayside, some may walk to the end, but you got to keep on keeping on. Keep on keeping on. Don't let your head hang low. Beloved one, keep your heart focused on your goals. Don't let them sway you from what you know inside your soul. Keep your heart strong, beloved one. Keep on keeping on. Keep on keeping on. Keep on keeping on. Keep on keeping on. Keep on keeping on.
All right, that was Keep On Keeping On, featuring Momentology, who we actually have an interview with in about 20 minutes. He'll be joining us live to introduce some brand new songs for us. That song was by Aloka. Coming up now, we have Aerial Bliss by Dixon's Violin. All right. Sorry, go
transposed
ahead.
it up a bunch.
That last song was The Alchemist by Momentology, and we actually have Momentology with us right now. Hello.
Hey.
Hey, thanks for joining us today.
Absolutely. Thanks for having me on here.
You're welcome. So, your name is Patrick, how do you say your last name?
Kiebzak.
Kiebzak.
Yes.
Patrick Kiebzak. So we were just talking about The Alchemist that we just played, and you said that the song in the end is in fact not a kitty cat, it is a peacock?
Yeah, it is a peacock indeed. I've never actually heard anyone think that it's a cat until you just said that. So it's not a typical peacock, though. I transposed it, which is really taking the pitch and bending it upwards. I transposed it up at least 5 or 7 steps. I don't know the exact number, but it literally creates like that cat-ish noise, that what you heard. And then I added some reverb and some delay, so it kind of takes that whole authentic peacock and just brings it to another dimension.
For sure. I've been wondering what that was for a while, so it's good to know exactly what that was. So for anybody who might not know much about Momentology or yourself, could you kind of introduce who you are and what Momentology is all about?
Absolutely. So I have been on a mission my whole life to create music. It was really brought into the forefront in early 2010s when I started getting into producing it. I started playing music with a guitar, and then I moved to a bass. And even before that, I did percussion in like high school and middle school. I played marimba, played the drum set, some different just percussive things to add to the school band. And I never really was fully fulfilled, especially when I moved to a band. It was like there was a really big fulfillment of playing music, but there was something still missing. It was along the lines of I need to be with these people in order to play a show or in order to create something. There wasn't really a sense of independence musically. So I ended up stopping music completely, not listening, but creating. For about a year, I traveled the country a little bit by myself. That was in 2013. And between like end of 2012-ish, beginning of 2013 until pretty much the end of 2013, I didn't make anything. And I got really inspired after I did this transformational workshop and the leadership training called the gratitude training. The whole training is about creating a vision for yourself and following through with it. And one of the main goals that I had throughout the training was to create a sustainable music project that didn't necessarily require anybody except for myself. So at first, I'm just in my space creating music by myself. And then eventually, people started showing up like, hey, I have this message to deliver. Hey, I have this instrument to play. So between when I started my project called Momentology in the beginning of 2014 till now, it's evolved from me just wanting to do it by myself to literally every single thing that I'm doing now involves other people. So it really morphed into a big collaborative, really community effort at this point. Every single song has a different message for me. And a different energy that comes through. And there are people that I'm working with that feel similar things that will easily tie into and tune into the vibe that the song has. The name itself, Momentology, came from a good friend of mine, Brian Denhofer. We were sitting, I think at my house one day, and he mentioned like, hey, I'm doing this class series and I want to call it Momentology. I'm like, oh, that's neat. So he calls the class series Momentology, and actually I think I went to one of them, and it was a really cool, it was like an empowerment and natural way of living class series. And after the class, I'm like, Brian, do you have like a super attachment to this name? And he's like, oh, not really. Like I have many names I toss around. I really just kind of use them sparingly as I need to. And I asked him, like, do you mind if I use it for this music project I'm creating? This was in way early 2013 after I started to create music again. And he goes, you know what? Use it. And ever since that moment, I've stuck with this name. And to me, the name comes from a space of living in the moment and having a knowledge of it and studying it. So ology being like a biology, we would study life, that's biology. So moment, we're studying the moment.
I love that. That's really beautiful, and it's such a great name, such a cool name, and just really gets my attention. Did you wanna go ahead and play the first song that you brought with you?
Absolutely. So this song is a collaborative piece by a brand new friend of mine. His name is Jeffrey Dean. Jeffrey has been playing tabla. He's classically trained in tabla, and we ended up meeting through Facebook, and I ended up taking the audio from this little Facebook video he put up with a friend of his, and who's also now a friend of mine. And I remixed it and I sent it to him. And within the next 2 weeks, he was over at my house playing tablas on my floor. And from that song, we co-produced it. It born Avatar Awakening. That's the title. And you'll hear the Am Namo No Rayanaya chant in there as well.
right. That was Avatar Awakening by Momentology, featuring Jeff Dean.
More than featuring, this man, he really co-produced it with me and did a lot of the instrumentation and vocals. Actually, all the vocals were him. So it's an and at this point, Momentology and Jeffrey Dean.
Cool, very cool. I know that is that a single, or is that from an album or an EP?
That's a single that eventually will be put into an album.
Cool.
And it's up on Bandcamp right now. It's a name your price when your price could be zero.
Mm-hmm.
Go on there, get it for free, donate if you want.
And your Bandcamp is momentology.bandcamp.com?
That's it. You got it.
Very cool. So I know that you do a lot of collaboration, like you said earlier. And one of the people that you've collaborated with is Aloka, and we play a good amount of his music from his new album here on the radio show. Why do you think it's important for you to collaborate with other musicians and producers?
That's a great question. Okay, so as I mentioned earlier about being on a path of a solo artist, I found that I was kind of stubborn in my own musical sense, where I was like, this is how I think the song should be. And I was really like kind of almost being like harsh with myself. And then when I started to work with people more, I felt that the process actually became easier because I wasn't so particular about every single sound and every single note and every single thing that went into the song, because I had somebody else to go, oh yeah, that sounds great. And I was like, well, I would change it, but I think now that I know your perspective, it might be also great. So it kind of shined a huge light onto why I'm doing this. And I feel like now that I'm in such a big phase of collaboration, it's supportive for me to be able to support other people. And what I mean by that is if somebody has a vision or a mission for a song that they want to bring out, it might even be words, like just a poem. And I really devote myself to that. Like I'm committed to this person having this poem or this spoken word piece or this song to come into an MP3 form, and for it to be on iTunes or Spotify, or to even have it just on their iPhone, then I love doing that. It actually, it gives me service, and it allows me to feel like I have a greater purpose than just creating music for this project, but for someone else's life as well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I love that you said that. And I don't know how whoever's listening, I don't know if they're into superheroes or whatever, but it's easier for like say Iron Man to do his own things, but he can't really save the world until he gets the Avengers. So like when you're obviously a very powerful individual and doing a lot of great things, but like when you collaborate with somebody like Jeff Dean and Aloka, you just magnify that that brilliance so much more. Like adding a candle to another candle just makes the flame so much bigger.
Thank you.
Yeah, we have some comments in the chat room too, actually. Joe Tedisco.
Yeah.
He said that Patrick is a genius and we have collaborated to make an amazing meditation CD.
Yeah, that's Joe. Okay, so Joe and I, we worked together, I think it was early last year, and we created this project. It's called Earbuds, and it stemmed from Joe having a vision. Joe is a teacher and a coach. He's been my life coach since I met him, and this man is an amazing man. He really knows how to break anything, any issue, any problem, anything that I've ever came to him with, down to its essence, and really allow me to do the work, and him being a guide. What my favorite teachers do, they guide. They don't actually put stuff down your throat in a way. So he's here guiding the process, and then he comes to me, he's like, I would love to create a meditation CD. And I was like, of course, let's do it. So in the next few months, we just kind of spawned it. And that's actually available on Bandcamp as well. It's his voice and different atmospheric tracks I've made for that project specifically. And it's a whole different take on what I am doing with the more like beat-oriented music. It's definitely more atmospheric. There's more space. And Joe is guiding the listener on a journey through a specific intention. So there's 4 tracks on this CD. We've also been talking about doing another few tracks or making another album together. But the 4 tracks are really clear, and literally you put in your earbuds and you just hang out with it, and you'll likely feel much different when you're done with it than when you started.
Right. That's such a cool name too, Earbuds. Earbudsmeditations.bandcamp.com.
Yeah, that's it. And it has a really nice flavor to it that I've always wanted to keep creating with. So maybe this will give me some inspiration to call him up again, and we'll start some new stuff.
Definitely cool. Also, I guess your dad, John, he said that you're an amazing son. So.
Oh, what's up, Dad? This is what happens when I send like a giant text to half of my recent chat list here. I get everyone commenting.
Well, that's good. It's good. We appreciate everybody tuning in for sure. Do you want to go ahead and get on with your next song?
Yeah, absolutely.
And could you introduce this one? It's a little hard to pronounce.
Yeah, sure. So Auctoritas Funk. Auctoritas is translated to the power, and funk, as we all know, is a really great genre of music. So to me, this is like the powerful new wave of funk here. It's electronica mixed with funk, live guitar from myself, and also vocals from a really good friend of mine. Her name is Jessica Ohm, and we collaborated on this track. We actually created it in the same space, and then she recorded vocals with me, and here it is, Born for You.
Okay, that was Octoritus Funk by Momentology. I got that right?
Yes, Octoritus. Nice.
Octoritus. Thank you. So, reading some of the comments in the chat room, apparently you used to play Led Zeppelin in your room when you were 12 years old.
Yeah, it's funny. You got bringing up some memories here.
Yeah. Your dad helps out with that.
Absolutely. I think he probably knew me better than I did at that age. I grew up with a lot of different than I would listen to at the time music playing in my house. My mom loves still to this day to death the Beatles and the Moody Blues. Those were two bands that were just like an energetic influence of my musical tastes. Just a lot of soul, a lot of authentic music that really, it touched them deeply. They're such huge fans of them. And as a result, I was touched deeply by the music that I was passionate about, because I saw how much that they were just in love with these musicians and these artists.
Mm-hmm. So, what instrument did you start with? Was it like an electric guitar?
Well, way back in middle and high school, I played marimba and percussion, and I also dabbled on the drum set every once in a while. And that got me to realize rhythm, and I was able to hold a beat and to literally be a foundation for the rest of the band. And then I actually got a guitar for Christmas, and that was, I think, around like age 11 or 12. And I played just a little bit, and I was able to like learn songs in like an instant. And it was like so easy that I actually stopped playing it. It was like, I don't really need to do this. And I picked it back up when I was 18. So I had like a 6-year gap with like no instruments. And that was also kind of coupled with just sporadic like little guitar lessons every once in a while. But I never really like stuck with it. It was like, oh, I'll learn this chord and then I'll just stop playing. And then I became obsessed with the bass. And that was around like age 19 to 20 to like age 23. I was in many different music projects playing the bass, and also like bass synths. So I love having, for lack of a better terms, control over the low end of the room. To me, the low end, it holds like our roots. So familiar with the chakra systems, our root chakra would be like a lower frequency, and the low end, the bass that comes out of a bass guitar and then gets translated to a bass amp and then a PA system, it can shake things. And I was always super fascinated by how easily me hitting a single note on my bass could literally shake an entire room. And from that, it kind of spawned this fascination with how can I do that without having an instrument in my hands. And that's how I started to make this kind of bass-driven electronic music here.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. So a lot of the new songs that you're coming out with heavy on the bass?
Oh yeah, actually, since I've started this project, most have a really big foundation of a low hertz. There isn't really a song that I can even remember that I've created with this project that doesn't have like a pretty big low end.
Cool. Well, what's the next song that you have for us?
So the next song that I want to play is called Aurora Flora, and this is off of this most recent album I released. It's called Access. Access is available to purchase on Bandcamp page. I got it up for $7.77. I love triple digits. So Aurora Flora was initially created as a beat, and then I had a friend come in, actually Jessica, the same one who was singing on Octoritus Funk. She came in and kind of helped me design it, and then I had another buddy of mine, Aaron, who on the reference it's Aaron Nanda. He does this really incredible throat singing, and he came into my studio and he just felt this like throat singing just bubbled up in him as soon as he heard this song. And I literally had like 4 minutes. He had to leave. He had an appointment. And I was like, can I put the headphones on you? Could we record it quick? And he's like, yeah, let's go. So in like literally 4 minutes, we recorded this 6-minute song. We had to actually stop early. And I ended up using the parts from it throughout the song instead of playing it continuously. So kind of like salt and pepper it in. And then Jessica ended up coming back into the studio like a week later. Here's Aaron's, and it's like, I want to sing this poem that I just wrote over that. So it became this really cool like sludge of collaboration, and it's called Aurora Flora.
Aurora Flora featuring Aaron Nanda and Jessica Ohm by Momentology, who we have on air with us right now. Hello.
Hello.
So a lot of people are saying that your humility is infectious, but that you're beyond a gift, not just for your music, but who you are as a human. How would you say that your music kind of affects you in your normal day-to-day life?
Well, that's quite a statement to who said that. So thank you, first of all. I feel like the music that I am bringing forth, they're songs that I don't always create from my mind. I feel like sometimes that they just kind of come through me, and it's like a feeling of this song is ready to be born, and I'm the birth giver. So it's like a process of actually getting out of the way sometimes and letting the song come through. And once it's to a point of almost being finished, I'll like listen to it over and over and over again. It's like a process of continuously reviewing what I have, in a way, we'll call it channeling through. If that's too woo-woo, we'll just say in a way of allowing the music to breathe through me. But either, whatever you want to call it, it literally creates medicine for me. I get a feeling that a lot of other musicians feel this way as well, just from what I've heard from other people, that what we create is like our medicine. So similarly, if I was to plant a seed and it grows, let's say thyme or lemongrass or basil, whatever kind of herb, that herb we can use to cook, and that would be medicine for our bodies. If I'm sitting here and this music is just wanting to pour out, I'm going to answer the call and plant the seed in Ableton Live and begin the process of creating this track, which is like literally watering the seed over and over, giving it sunlight. It's a process that has to be nurturing for me. If I try to rush things, the song doesn't turn out as good as I feel like it could, and the medicine isn't as potent. So in that same way, I don't feel like any track I've created isn't medicine for me, because even if I rush a song, it's still going to have something for me. And I feel like that's such a gift to be able to share with people. And that's why I'm here right now talking to you.
Mm-hmm. And, we're very grateful that you are. And especially after, seeing everybody's comments about who you are, not just as a musician, but a person, and what you bring to the community and what you bring to the earth. So it is a great honor to have you here live talking and bringing some of your great music. So what song is next that we have?
Oh, well, it's definitely an honor to be here. So thanks for having me on here, Chris. Yeah. So the next song is called Libido Bass. And this song went through tons of shifting until it hits this version that you're about to hear here. It features Kevin Walton, who is an amazing man down in Hollywood, Florida. It's closer to Miami. Kevin is an empowerment trainer, and he is, I'd say, like one of the best leaders as in terms of his personal mission and what he's doing. He has a community called the Light Beings Community, and it's focused on empowerment and activating people. I've been with them at different festivals that I've traveled to this year, and the space that they hold there is just tremendously nourishing and super helpful. If we're ever like in like a space where we just need to go and just talk to somebody, they're there. And Kevin is really, I would say, the front man of the Light Beings Community, being the one who started it from scratch. So this song is called Libido Bass, and it features Kevin and a couple other of my friends singing, including Jessica. So enjoy.
How do I express what I feel like? New world, new view, I reveal life. Quite nice if I say so myself. Breathe every breath, now my view is beyond sight. So intense thus far. Growth is immense in the life of a star. All hard is an art for a few. Many do include, but my dreams are a you. My dreams are a you. My dreams are a you. I dream for the truth. And it's so on time in this life of mine, I feel so sublime. I know I shine cause my soul's aligned. I don't press rewind, I keep the flow going deep. Water steep, potion green, all too sweet. Ocean, me closer, she open. Till I know myself, not selfish, I just know what helps. Not possessive or repose on shelf. Unmolested, so perfected in health. Indeed, so clean, you and me, we new speed, supersede everything free. It's just what it does, and this is what we call love. This is what we call love. A little thing called love. Just a little thing called love. A little thing called love. I'm feeling it, I'm feeling it. A little thing called love. Just a little thing called love. A little thing called love. I'm feeling it, I'm feeling it. Who'd have known it was like that? Full-fledged new page on the right track. When you wanna bite first, but you bite back. Heart so open, matured with a mind that, yeah, it's a blessing indeed. Live from a force that makes living unique. Nothing to force, passion increase. No point to sleep when we live in our dreams. It's alright, in her eyes I reside. It's called life, in her heart I recline. It's all tight, all in the rain or the ride. She shine bright, it's our life, and we live it up. No conditions, just make it a loving cup. Recondition what we thought was. This is what we call love. This is what we call love. A little thing called love. Just a little thing called love. A little thing called love. I'm feeling it, I'm feeling it. A little thing called love. Just a little thing called love. A little thing called love. I'm feeling it, I'm feeling it.
All right, and that was Libido Base by Momentology featuring Source Radiance.
Yeah, Source Radiance is the MC name of Kevin Walton.
Okay, very cool, very cool. Well, you know, it's so cool to hear all your music and to have you come and introduce all of it, and I'm just super grateful that you're here with us.
Yeah, me too, man. It's really nice to give a perspective from the creator standpoint to someone who's listening that might not know the background of the songs. I know if I'm in the opposite seat, if I'm listening, I always love to know like we'll call it like the mythology behind the music.
Mm-hmm. And I heard that you have a really great story for this next song.
Yes. Okay. So just recently I went to Unify Festival in Santa Fe, New Mexico. And I've been out west once before on a solo little adventure. So this was the second time I've ever even been out there. And they invited me to play a couple music sets. So aside from all the amazing people that were there, which I will definitely give a shout out to, I played a set on Thursday night right before the Desert Dwellers, which was amazing. And I had quite a fun time afterwards also dancing to the Desert Dwellers, and it just started to pour in lightning as they were finishing up their set. It was a pretty surreal experience. And then just being able to contribute to that space at some point was also quite fulfilling. So later in the festival, I also played a set on Sunday, and afterwards, and even like the whole weekend, I was kind of thinking about it, but really after I played that set, it was like, I have to leave that night because I had a plane the next morning really early. And I simply made a statement to myself. And the statement was, I want to create music from this. Like what I'm feeling right now, I want to have something start from. So I asked the question. I said, Spirit, guide me to a place where I will be able to record somebody, and who is that person? And what's the best match for this vision that I'm holding and for the vision that they're holding? And let's create a song together. So once I said that, everything just started like kind of stepping into the front yard of this one man's tent. His name is Ukwala, and he's an elder based in, I believe, Sedona. And he has a background in spirituality. I don't know if I'm going to get this right. I don't know what kind of spirituality is, so I'm really not going to fully mention what his background is, because I want to honor exactly what he's doing. But I know that what he's doing is very powerful. And I remember walking up to him, and I looked at him, and I said, "Hello." And he looks at me, he goes, "Share something with me, man." And after I share with him my vision, he was so inspired by what I said that he was like, "How can I help? Like, what can I do here?" And I said, "I have this microphone, and I'd like to record either a chant or a vocal or both that you feel like could contribute to the vision." And what I explained to him, and what I'll explain here, is the music that I'm kind of tapping into right now is a blend between indigenous and electronic. So traditionally the two are separate and very separate. You wouldn't really hear like frame drums or indigenous chanting in clubs, or sometimes at festivals, but not like electronic music festivals. So I've got the real inclination to be able to bridge the two and create less of a gap and infuse indigenous instruments and chanting and people who are involved in the indigenous community into music that has roots in electronica and heavy bass and things that really make people move and dance. So he shared these words with me and the recorder, and then he started to chant. And he didn't chant to any beat, any key. All I said to him was, just imagine that you're hearing yourself play to a big group of people, inviting them into a certain space. And he was guided to say these words that intro the track. And then some of the chanting on there was not even chanted in any key, but he ended up matching the key that I initially started the track on without even me realizing it. So it all just kind of just fell in on itself super easily. And the track just kind of created itself in like the next week of me getting back from the festival. And even like the next 48 hours, as soon as I opened the track, it was like, this goes here, and this goes here, this goes here. I was so inspired to work on it that I literally couldn't stop. I was actually not like sleeping full nights because I just kept working on the track because it just felt so good. And the song I ended up calling Have Intention, because when I was walking around the festival asking who's going to support the vision and whose vision can I support, I had a really big intention. It wasn't just to make music. It was to spread the message that this person is giving out, and also to really collaborate with someone that I might not ever collaborate with if I'm not in this kind of space. And the man's name is Ukwala. So this is Have Intention with myself and Ukwala.
With the rising of the sun, we see the beauty of first light, that ray that reaches across the Mother Earth and embraces all those that it touches. The elements of the four-leggeds, the elements of the wingeds, the elements of the wind spirits, bringing a salutation to a new day. Welcome, welcome, welcome. With the rising of the sun, embraces all those, the Mother Earth, that it touches. The elements of the four legends, the elements of the wings, the elements of the wings. Embraces all those that it touches. The elements of the four-legged, the elements of the wings, the elements of the wind spirits, bringing a salutation to a new day. Welcome, welcome, welcome.
All right, that was Have Intention by Momentology. So that one you said is you're still producing it, right?
Yeah, I did. It was a production that came from the intention to really facilitate like a greater healing with the music, and what I'm kind of bringing forth to create a bridge between, I would say, the indigenous and the etheric. So I did some Googling here because I really wanted to know exactly how to pronounce this, and I wasn't going to pronounce it without knowing how. Hava Supai is the tribe that Euquala is from, and he's from Sedona. And that's the man that you heard chanting and speaking on this track.
I think that's so I don't know, so cool. Not even just cool, but like really beautiful that you're able to have somebody like that as part of one of your songs.
Yeah, it was quite a blessing. And as I mentioned before about like medicine being part of the music that I'm making here, it was super clear when I started to facilitate this song that it was literally medicine for me, because it kept giving me all these great insights and feelings when I listened to it, like every single day.
Beautiful. And in just a few moments, we're going to play one of the meditations from Earbuds that we talked about earlier. So make sure you stick around for that, whoever's tuning in right now. There's one thing I would like for you to do, if you could.
Can I say one more thing before we?
Yeah,
cool. So about the Earbuds track. So the name Earbuds, and this is something that I myself am into, as well as the man who you're going to hear speaking, Joe Tedesco. The name Earbuds actually stands for empowerment, affirmations, reconnection, bliss, unity, divinity, and sacred geometry. And Earbuds also has infused in it different solfeggio frequencies, which they're frequencies that have been said to be passed down from ancient times that are used for different states of being and also to facilitate certain kinds of healing. So that's actually infused within the Earbuds track, and as well as some of my music as Momentology.
I love that. Solfeggio frequencies it's a big thing, and we do have an article that Ashton Robertson from Spaceship Earth wrote on our website. So if anybody wants to check that out, feel free to do that. Yeah, like I said, we'll end this interview with that, and that'll end the broadcast as well. Before we kind of get into the meditation, I was wondering if you would be able to say, "This is Momentology of this is Patrick of Momentology, and you're listening to Bring Me to Life Radio." And if you are able to do that, can you make sure that any noise around you is limited?
Absolutely. Yeah, I'll go at it right now. This is Patrick of Momentology, and you're listening to Project Bring Me to Life Radio.
Excellent. Thank you so much. It's been very, very pleasurable to have you on the show today. It truly has been an honor, and you know, I know we met once before at 3DL, and you know, just seeing your energy was amazing. But getting to learn more about you and your music and how it all got started is really wonderful. So I'm very grateful for the opportunity to have you on.
Honored to be on the show, Chris. Thanks for the opportunity to speak about the music and to have a greater understanding of your show as well.
Definitely. Is there any last things you had to say to anybody before we played your meditation?
I'm going to give a shout out to my mom and dad for bringing me here. Thanks, guys. You two did a great job.
Cool. Well, thanks again for being on here, and yeah, thanks for everybody tuning in.
You're welcome, man.
All right,
nice to be here, guys. Thanks so much.
You're welcome. This is Ocean of Oneness by Earbuds.
The ocean is a place to connect to a power greater than our humanness. Let us sit for a moment and take time to connect to its messages. Let us within our minds connect to this healing context and wisdom. Begin to notice your breath. See if it begins to flow with the waves. Let go of any other thoughts that may rise. You are safe. Direct your mind to be fully in this moment of now. Concentrate on being in this moment, allowing all thought, sounds, and feelings to focus itself into one beam of energy, directed to the area you see with your eyes closed. Whatever comes up, give it away to this space. this space you see is infinite, non-judgmental, free and pure. Thoughts and feelings may rise, and if they do, release them willingly to the space. Watch them fall away like waves on the beach. Waves come and go like thoughts. They rise, they fall away. Who is the witness? Who is the noticer? If a thought persists, say gently inside, I am not that thought, and you are free to return home. Then return to the waves of the ocean, or your breath. Relax here a moment. Let the sounds gently tune you to an ancient rhythm and spirit, so infinite and perfect. The thought alone may lead to healing and inspiration. Like our minds, the ocean has many secrets to reveal. To reveal them, we must explore. To get deep, we must go within, past the chatter, past the ripples of the surface, past the waves. Once there, we ask to be shown what we can only dream of. Here and now we ask, are you willing to reveal your wisdom, O great mind? Are you willing to share a secret? Now, I stay open to receive.